Hello, hello, hello. It's been a little while. Just a little while. I really needed that little break that I took, because my goodness, I was super out of it for the past couple days. But everything's fine now. Took a few days to, relax, recharge, chill out a little bit. Feeling a little bit better. And feeling like doing some Final Fantasy XIV, like grinding some fates, doing some crafting, some fun stuff, some casual stuff. I ended up not streaming Prague. Like, my intention on Friday was to stream Prague after having the short stream on Friday in general, but Prague never actually happened. No, we ended up canceling raid night on Friday. That's why I didn't stream that. And then Saturday came around and I was still feeling kind of out of it, so I just didn't stream. But now, like I said, I am back, I'm refreshed, and I want to do some Final Fantasy XIV. And today we've actually got a couple of things that we could do. There's the Christmas event that just started up today. I'm going to do that real quick. Probably just going to skip through the cutscenes because I don't particularly care about the cutscenes for the events. I really don't. And the rewards aren't that fantastic, as I understand it. It's mostly just a couple of housing items and a barding for your chocobo. But I'm going to do it anyway, because why not? The other thing that they're doing tomorrow, well, later on tonight technically, but also tomorrow, is going to be the patch. And this patch will have the, let's see, it's going to have the new custom delivery NPC. And it's also going to have some of the stuff setting up for the Chaotic 24-man. The Chaotic 24-man itself isn't coming out until next week, but this week is the patch that it's going to be part of. So they'll have some of the stuff ready for it, and then next week they'll actually open it up and people will be able to start doing the Chaotic 24-man. So that's going to be next Tuesday's stream, is just me jumping into a party finder somewhere or just jumping into a raid finder or whatever and just going for the 24-man. That's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that. I'd be looking forward to it a lot more if this were, 4 weeks ago when 7.1 launched, because that would have made the most sense for when to release something like this. But it is what it is. Square Enix decided on this asinine release schedule, so we're gonna make the best of it, I guess. Let's see, what else is new? Oh yeah, the mount that I'm using. This mount is actually part of a collab that Square Enix is doing with Twitch. This particular mount is available for gifting 3 subs to any streamer that is playing FF14. You'll get the Snow Streamer mount. That's what this is called. It's a slight reskin on a event mount from a past winter event, past Christmas event. Instead of having the red scarf and hat and mittens, it has purple Twitch color hat and mittens and stuff. So if you're interested in that, that's how all you got to do is just gift 3 subs and you'll get yourself a new mount. You'll also get 50 Aetheryte tickets if you are like the many other people that ignore Blue Mage and don't want to do Blue Mage things for free teleports, you can do this and get yourself a couple of free teleports to, kind of kick things off. The actual mount, I actually have the original mount here. Let me see. Yeah, this is the original mount, just the snowman. It does have different mount music than the streamer mount, the snow streamer mount, but they're both still just kind of generic mount music options. So, not particularly special, but if you want to support a streamer, or if you like collecting little mounts like this, then all you gotta do, like I said, is find a streamer that is playing FF14, gift 3 subs, and boom, you get a mount. Got ads, we're gonna wait, and then we're gonna go into frontline. Now, as you can see, my inventory is actually a little cramped. Well, not really, but a little more than usual, because I've been crafting my new stuff for my crafters and gatherers. I've got the left side done for my crafters. I'm working on the left side for my gatherers. And then I'll work on the tools. The tools I'm going to be doing last. Oh, right. I still need to go and spend my poetics. I'm actually going to head over to old Charlian real quick and do that. And then later on tonight, I have to do some gathering on my island sanctuary so I can make sure all of my materials are good to go for next week. But I can do that after the stream is done. Let's see. Yeah, let's do some more desynth, actually. Let's do a little bit of healer stuff. Oh, right, and these are augmented, so they actually cost a little bit more. Oh, and speaking of Island Sanctuary, I actually got lucky and got an Adenium whistle from the gacha boxes. It was really annoying. I got like 3 of them in back-to-back weeks, across back-to-back weeks. And a friend of mine tells me that she doesn't have one yet. And my immediate reaction was, well, I wish you had told me that. I would have given you one of them instead of putting them up on the market board. Because at the time, they were selling for something like 8 mil. These days, they go for like 1.4, I think. And as soon as I say that, of course, I stop getting any whistles at all. And not too long ago, she tells me that she finally got one from her island sanctuary. And of course, lo and behold, suddenly I start getting them again. But joke's on the game, because I have another friend who also doesn't have this mount, So that friend is gonna get it. Haha! I should put this away, because that's the... Yeah, I actually need to save this to my account. Copy this on my account. Thank you. And copy this on my account. Okay, and then both of these can get deleted, and those are the only ones I need. And this is just proof that my rotations are fine. Already got that rotation saved as well. This can be closed. This I want to leave open because I might do a little bit of crafting later on. And I want this to be available so I can, like, look at what I actually need. That can be closed. That I'll leave open. Those are the streams, so obviously those are going to be left open. Okay. Going into front line. Let's go. If it'll actually... Oh, there we go. I'd say if it'll actually let me into front line. That'd be great. Okay. Seeing more and more people with the little... What would you call that? Little happy face mount. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do. Okay, Maelstrom is either gonna try and mess with us, or they're gonna try and mess with the adders. Let's find out which. If they tried to mess with us, they would be coming from this direction, I think. Oh, they went to mess with adders, okay. I find this to be perfectly acceptable. Yeah, we managed to kill ours first. That's good. Let's intercept Maelstrom as they try to go back to theirs. You I'm going to target because you have the Sugar Glider mount. And that is the only reason I need. Okay, he's definitely dead. You are alone. It's stunned. Yes, please stay bunched up in that area like that. Oh, I am on the wrong end of this. I just noticed where I was. I had Maelstrom and Adders on either side of me. I did not want to be there. I probably could have killed that other summoner. But I didn't want his friends to suddenly turn and notice that there was a random blue summoner in their midst. That was actually kind of scary. See if I can scare off some of these jokers. Well, I got somebody with that. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, we need to get out of here because yellow's going to be on the way. Yeah, there they are. Not interested in getting pinched by yellow, especially when the center ice is going to come up soon. Oh, a red mage that wishes to donate their life to the cause. Drop that on top of yellow. I'm not gonna be able to get that kill because red's right there. And we need to get back towards our big ice. I'm gonna head up to the small ice. He's going off to try and steal yellows. Don't think he's going to be successful because it looks like they're already at it. It looks like we're getting all of our smalls. That's good. Okay, let's hang out for a bit. And we're gonna do this. That's not good. Yeah, you guys aren't catching me. In fact, all you've done is just made sure that your summoner is with Battle High 5 is going to die, you fools! You fools! You've been baited! They really wanted me because of the Battle High. Okay, Adders will end up being in the lead after they get their big ice. We need to beat them as they come out. Hey, you, cut that out. Leave them alone. Uncleansable CC is so much fun! God, I hate uncleansable CC in this game mode. They seriously need to remove that. There's no reason for it. You already only get a single cleanse. That's on a, what? 24-second cooldown? Yeah, you get a single cleanse on a 24-second cooldown, and every single class has some form of CC. You don't need uncleansable CC on top of that. This is a very lost summoner. Oh, we got the win! Nice! I didn't realize we were that close to it. Damn. Alrighty, did that give me enough poetics? No, it didn't. Let's swap over to Warrior. Oh, it's actually healer in need. Okay. Okay, we'll do Scholar. We'll do Scholar for normal rates. That's fine. That's fine. That's not the button I wanted to hit, but whatever. It'll come off cooldown long before I need it. Any newbies? Is that why we got this, or did it just randomly give it to us? We do have a newbie. I'm gonna go over here, because I don't want to be in front of the boss when it uses its, cleave. Because that hurts. Sacrament. You got lasered. You got lasered. Means you now have damage down. You now have the purple crown of shame. Yeah, time to slap the ground a whole bunch. Is it not hitting both of them? It's not hitting both of them. What the hell? I sure hope that the tanks aren't one of the new people and that they know they need to use the tank LB. Okay, good. We got the tank LB. I need to be over here. Take my hand if you want to live. Oh, hello! He decided to spawn on top of me there. Time gate! I'm not supposed to go in there because I am a healer. So here's hoping that... Oh, you want to go in? You go in. Hope somebody goes into that one. Looks like the healer went in. You're gonna die if you stand there. Like that. Yay, they're all back. Cool. And now he summons himself, and now we get to mess with puddles and the whole mega holy and all that good happy fun stuff. Okay, now we're in temporal stasis. Now I need to be here. I don't think there are enough people here, but I think he's also going to die to dots. Oh, not quite. Let's see, any music? No music. And then we'll swap over to Vipper for the Alliance raid. Did I do my weekly Juno run? I think I did. Yeah, I did. I already did weekly Juno. It's fine. You know, I gotta do the expert roulette so I can try and get more condensed solutions from Desynth. Alternatively, I could buy some, because I definitely have the gil for it. On the other hand, I kind of don't want to buy them. I actually need to... I'm gonna need to gather some more basic materials. I'm not sure how much, though, because I screwed up when I was making my boots, my crafter boots. I could have recovered it, but I screwed up the recovery too, so... Yeah, I screwed up making the boots, so I lost a bunch of materials. So I'm gonna have to gather more for that stuff at some point. Again, not sure how much I lost, but and how much I'll have to recover. But at the very least... It was the crafting boots. At the very least, I will need 6 extra... Because I screwed it up twice. I actually screwed up 2 different crafts of this stuff. At the very least, I will need 4 extra leather of the Purusaurus leather. 2 extra for the Gargantua leather, 2 extra Mythbrine Ether Sand, and 6 extra of the optical nanofiber. Now, the good news is that I can get that stuff fairly easily. Let's see here. Resource leather, I need 4 Turali Illumin and 2 skins per. So since I need 6, I'll need... Wait, did I say I would need 6? No. No, I need 4. Yeah, I only need 4. So I need 8 skins. I don't like the look of that. What am I walking into? Oh, this place. I'm guessing that there are newbies in the lineup, and they were really messing up the mechanic.
It is to be a fight person, only too happy to oblige.
Apparently someone was still watching the cutscene when they pulled. And to that I say, too fucking bad, dude. Oh hell yeah, I got the good one. One all the melee DPS want. Flee and not stop whenever it's the angel, and look away whenever it's the devil. Damn it! Kneel and repent! Let's see if they know to put him in the middle. They do not know to put him in the middle. But the placement seems to have worked out at least a little. Yeah, stack them all up. Stack them all up.
Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots. You do not belong in my world. Subject to nothing.
Hey, give me turn away. Damn it. Oh, that's convenient. Not that way. Because they didn't want to place them in the middle. Make it simple. Okay, so he just did like 3 different voice lines overlapped on top of each other because he did the voice line that he's supposed to do before doing this attack, and then he also did the voice line for when he gets below like 10%. It was pretty funny. Reminded me of what's it called? In Diablo 3 specifically, there used to be this bug with one of the primevals, Asmodeus. Asmodan. There we go. I knew it wasn't Asmodeus, but I knew the name was similar, but it was with Asmodan. I don't know what the full voice lines are because I've never actually heard the full voice lines. He just dies too quickly. And before, when he wasn't dying too quickly, what used to happen was he would trigger different voice lines based on his HP percentage. And one of the voice lines started with enough, and one of the other voice lines started with arrogant Nephilim. And if you DPS'd him fast enough, what would happen is he would start one voice line, it would get cut off by the next voice line being triggered. So the entire fight was you just sitting there beating his ass and him going, enough! Arrogant Nephilim, enough! Arrogant Nephilim, enough! Arrogant Nephilim, enough! Just back and forth, back and forth. It was so funny. And then they fixed it. Because Blizzard hates fun. DPS in need for trial roulette too? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. I need to head over to Solution 9 real quick so I can get those extra skins. And then I need to go to... I want to say it's Urkopacha is where the timed node is for Turalia Lumen. Yeah, pretty sure it's Urkopacha. Yeah. It's Urkopacha up where the Yokoi live. This. I need 8 of them. And then I need to go to Urkopacha. I don't think the node is up now. That would be some insane luck if it actually was up now. I don't know, let's find out. Let's see, timed nodes, Turalia Lumen. No, Turalia Lumen has like 25 minutes left before it comes up. And how much Turalia Lumen do I actually need? It's 4 per, so I need 16. Yeah, I need 16. I got the crafter set with the fancy robot arms on the back. And just, they don't really do anything. They just kind of sit there and wobble whenever you turn. Do any kind of movement. They just kind of, they just kind of wobble a little bit. And then you got a weird visor. Trying to pretend you're Geordie. I don't have the set for Gatherers melded yet, except for 2 melds on the headpiece, which make it better than this one. I will probably rip the materia off of this to try and meld the rest of my stuff, because I don't actually have a lot of Gatherer materia. Need to get a bunch more. I'll probably put a pause in getting the things for my Swole Tinder mount for the sake of picking up the materia I need. Because I do need that materia. It'll make some things a lot easier. Oh, hello, Zoralja. You know, if I was gonna get a MSQ trial, I really would have preferred getting Sphene, because then I'd have a shot at the only remaining triple triad card for my collection. Well, little asterisk on that. Like, it's the only normal card that I have remaining for my triple triad collection. Because I've got all of them, all of the normal cards except for that one, and then I'm missing 4 of the cards from tournaments, because I don't really do tournaments. At some point, I will chat with a friend and be like, hey, do you think you can go ahead and, like, win trade with me so that I can place high enough in this tournament to actually get the triple triad cards that I'm missing? More! I must have more! Oh, Aramitama. Lost track of my buttons there. And use the Shaka Shakas. No, I didn't even get to use all of my Shaka Shakas. I only used most of them.
This is my path. I trust only in myself.
I gotta lie, I kind of missed this EX. It was fun. I mean, as long as you had a group that knew how to do the platform mechanics, which, for some odd reason, people just could not, for the life of me, do the tornado bit. No matter how I explained it to them. Just a little bit more, and he'll be dead. What are you doing, Missy? She's spinning around in her chair trying to get comfy. Right here is safe. Oh, I didn't pay attention to that one. Whoops. It's okay, recovery. Oh, I don't like this at all. Okay, we're fine. They are, the two tanks are complaining about the Sage gameplay. Apparently the Sage isn't using Dosis. Which, I'll grant you, is really strange for a Sage. Okay, how much time do I have on this node? 11 minutes? You know what? I will actually hang out for a bit. Because none of the remaining roulettes are going to be finished in 11 minutes. Well, Guildhest maybe, but for that one it's more the queue that's the problem, I think. Let me hop on Miner here and head over to where the Illumin spawns, which is not in that direction. It's actually in this direction. I'm gonna just sit here and chill for a bit so I can get that Torali Illumin. Then I can make the replacement leather. And then see if I can't make the other pieces of gear, of gathering gear. I'm looking for this. Yeah, because it's the shoes and the gloves that I still need. I made the headpiece, the chest piece, and the pants. I've got enough of the Gargantua leather. And I've got enough of the ether sand and the condensed solution and the nanofibers. I just need to make the leather, and then I can make the pieces. And then we'll be good to go. I gotta say, the making the optical nanofiber was actually kind of annoying. Simply because I had to shift my macro around a little bit for it. Because I was using the macro that I used for the regular 35 durability ones from the previous patch. And normally what they do for newer 35 durability macro, for 35 durability crafts, is they increase the difficulty and quality slightly. Okay. They didn't do that with the optical nanofibers or the, what was the other one? The Alexandrian plate, I believe is the other one. Yeah, the Alexandrian plate. They didn't do that with this stuff. Instead, what they did... I can craft these ingots too while I'm doing this. Instead, what they did, if you look here, we've got the quality is at 12K, the difficulty is at 4.1K. For these, the quality went up, 12.8K now. The difficulty went down. This, ironically enough, actually makes the craft a little bit harder. Well, actually, no. Let me rephrase that. It doesn't make it harder. It makes it a little bit more irritating, because normally what I like to do is I like to get the progress up to almost finish the craft and then do the quality for most of my macros. Not all of them are like that. Some of them are the other way around, but the 35 durability one that I was using did do that. It brought the progress up. And now we got ads, unfortunately, so I'll have to pause on that little explanation. Silly, silly ads. For those that aren't seeing the ads, basically I had to redo my macro so I didn't do the progress up front, because if I did the progress up front, then I was going to finish the craft and I wouldn't be able to get it in high quality. It was very silly, very annoying. Of course, now that I think about it, I don't know if redoing that craft... Oh. Won't let me practice unless I'm on Leatherworker. Probably also won't let me practice unless I'm actually in a spot where I can craft. Let me see. I won't be able to finish this properly because I don't have my Runic stake. But I can at least get an idea. Okay, ads are done. We're back. I'm doing a trial synthesis on this leather right now because I want to see if the macro that I've adjusted works for this. And of course, not enough CP. Okay. So it should work just fine for this. Which is good. But yeah, my previous craft was actually finishing the nanofibers and shit before the quality phase of the macro actually started. So I ended up with 2 of them that were in normal quality before I fixed it. And that, of course, was one of the things that led to me screwing up one of the boots, so it was a whole thing. At the very least, the only thing I will be missing will be the tools, which is just fine with me, because there's a solid chance that the tools are going to be replaced anyway with relic tools when they get released. At least I'm hoping. We'll see how well that goes. But for right now, I need to gather this Illumin, which the node is coming up in just under 3 minutes. So don't have long to wait. And then I can make the leather real quick, or I can save that for later. I can actually save that for later for when I'm doing Island Sanctuary stuff. Because after roulettes, I want to do Island Sanctuary stuff, make sure that's all set. And then the rest of then I'll do the Christmas event, and then go kill Fates. Because I am ridiculously far behind in getting all of my Fates done. Been occupied with other things. Granted, the occupation with other things was entirely my choice, my fault. So it's not like it was something beyond my control. No, it's entirely my fault. But it does mean that I need to get back on track with that stuff. Which, I mean, even though I've been off track with it, like, I've still got a decent start going. Still got 141 of those. This can get thrown in. That can be discarded. Those can be discarded. I'll need to get extra ether sands at some point. Come on, node, spawn already. I got roulettes to do. Oh, there it is. I don't know exactly how many I need. I'm just gonna do my usual rotation for this. Give me all of the Illumin. I'll sort it out later how much I gathered. Okay, and now I can remove this. And now I can swap over to that real quick. Let's see. MSQ, leveling, high level, and expert. Let's go with expert. We'll go back up to the top here. Swap over to warrior. Oh, and I may as well go ahead and head over to my island sanctuary now, since I know that's where I'm going to end up. Take me to the island. I need to get more gatherer materia before I start buying the gatherer materia that's here, because I'm going for mid-tier melds, because mid-tier melds are all I really need for my use case for crafting. So I don't need to go full best in slot for crafters and gatherers. I just do basic stuff. Which, that actually reminds me of something that kind of annoys me about the Teamcraft page. Like, first and foremost, Teamcraft, you guys do a fantastic job. You've got an amazing website. You've got some fantastic resources for the crafting community. But you gotta stop telling people that best in slot for crafters and gatherers doesn't exist, because it absolutely does. They've got this entire write-up. The very first paragraph on their melding page is headlined with, "Why isn't there a best in slot?" And it goes on to this entire description of, well, there isn't a best in slot because it all depends on what your use case is. You know, if you're not, what you're going to be using it for. If you want to just craft basic stuff, then it's not really necessary to go all out. If you want to do expert crafts, then, well, you got to go out. Okay, let me explain something to you. If you are gearing up for the top tier crafts, the expert crafts, if that is what you are shooting for, that is the best possible gear that you can have for your crafters and gatherers. That's best in slot. That's what that means. Best in slot literally just means you have the best possible gear for your class. That's it. If you are aiming for doing the hardest possible content, the gear that you need for that content is your best in slot. The fact that there are lower tiers of gear sets does not invalidate this fact. Reading that every time I go to the meld sets that they've got listed there, it always kind of annoys me whenever I see it, because it makes it makes it feel to me like they're trying to make crafting and gathering sound more complex than it actually is. And that always gets on my nerves, because it's things like that that make people not want to craft. That and just, you know, finding the stuff boring in general, but that's a whole other issue. If you find it boring, then you're not even gonna make it to looking at the meld lists, the meld sets, to see which set you want to use is. Me, I like the mid-tier set, because that's all I need. But I know a couple of people that like doing the high-end set, and like the high-end set, there are reasonable arguments to be made for why the high-end set is really good. Namely, it's the ability to do high-end crafts without need for high-quality ingredients, without the need for or high-quality materials, without the need for food, without the need for potion, that sort of thing. I don't bother with it because I only ever use it to make my food and potions for raid. And if the only thing that I have to do is put in just a tiny bit of extra effort when crafting my stuff, or in exchange for melds that are significantly easier and cheaper to get, I'm gonna go ahead and just get the cheaper melds. Oh, I didn't see that other one there. Oh well. Now, the one exception that I make for that particular rule is the exception I'll make when the last crafting set comes out, which should be 7.4. When the set for 7.4 comes out, then I'll go ahead and go for the high tier melds. And the reason for that is because going for high tier melds on the final set of an expansion sets you up to craft everything you need very easily for the start of the next expansion. Now, I could probably do that with mid-tier melds as well, but the other thing is that, like, the time between when the last crafter set comes out and the next expansion comes out is it's a wider time gap than any other sets that get released for crafters and gatherers. And it's a case of, well, this is the set that I'm going to be spending the most time with. This is the set that I need to make sure is loaded up and ready to go. I think he's mostly centered. Not 100% sure. And yeah, it looks like he was, because he didn't budge. Or at least I didn't see him move. By the way, neat trick you can do if you ever have trouble with the direction that you want to go in with this. If you tap your, if you just tap the button, it slows it down a lot and makes it a lot easier to be a bit more precise with the direction you want to go. Oh, he wants to use LB on this. Okay. Okay. I can't really say I blame him, because most casters don't want to use it at all. Oh, and the healer got wrecked. Wait, is one of these casting? No, that's Ring of Casting. Okay. Yes, give me all of the gear. Damn it, I didn't get those. Did the healer finally catch up? Oh yeah, they did. Cool. It was really funny. I was doing this with friends the other day, and the healer died, and we were moving right along, footloose and fancy-free, and my one friend actually speaks up and says, "Our healer still isn't here yet." It wasn't this dungeon. I think it was ah, shit, which one was it? I want to say it was Manus, Lapis Manalus, or whatever it was. The one where you fight Cagnazo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Lapis Manalus. Why did you drop... Oh, you Shikuchi'd. Okay, that's what it was. I was very concerned about that ninja for a second there. And anyway... Now, the healer dies, and I guess doesn't take the shortcut back, so it takes a while for them to actually catch up to us. And Buddy's just like, hey, our healer's still not here yet. And my immediate reaction is, healers are a crutch. Because it's true, they are. I'm on warrior. I don't need a healer. I am the healer. Nicholas aiming. Let's go. Use that just in case they overlap each other, because people often do. That's the reason why I like using Shake there. Because I've seen a lot of groups where they'll get locked into a particular area with those AoEs, and they won't move in time or won't realize that there is time to move, and they'll end up Venn diagramming and overlapping each other a bunch. So I just pop shake there just to give people a little bit of extra shield to go with that. Okay, I'm gonna do my gamer strats here. I don't know if I can save you, dude. I guess the ninja just wanted to suicide real quick. Okay. Okay, I got a nice bunch of stuff. Ooh, and 2 player comms, nice. Let's see how many things I get. That's 1. Okay, how about you? Damn it. How about you? Yeah! Condensed solution, let's go. How about you? Damn. How about you? Damn. You? Damn. This one's gotta be condensed solution, right? Yeah! Condensed solution, let's go. Okay, let's do some high-level dungeons. So, high-level dungeons, crafts, Island Sanctuary Gathering, couple of odds and ends, getting some, stashing some stuff away, stashing some materials, and dropping off some stuff at the Immortal Flames for seals, and then fate killing time. I like this plan. This is a good plan. It is definitely one of the plans of all time. And while we wait for this queue, Ooh, full map of Exandria. Nice. I like seeing stuff like this. Ray Flock's long stop hard. Okay, let's go. It's been a while. This is an oldie but a goodie. No, we can go ahead and stop here. Why not? Someone grab that key. Okay, good, we got the key. Oh, right, I forgot about these last two. Whoops. My bad. I should have kept going. Runsop Headgate. Dude, don't kill the sniper. Sniper's not gonna do shit to me. Just pass me the tether and let him sit there. Let him sit there and be mad at how his sniper bullets just bounce off of my silk dress, I guess? Yeah, we're doing this. Let's go. And then we get to sit and wait while the goblin reveals the secret pathway. Hello, Brayflocks. This way is Sneak Way. Yeah. Weird. Gotta be honest, I'm not entirely sure what the mechanics for that particular fight are, apart from just kill goblins and hit the boss and don't stand in the blue shit. Like, beyond that very basic description, I don't really know what's going on in that fight. One thing I do know is that it is very stupid that at this level I can't build gauge with my AoE combo. And will not be able to build gauge with my AoE combo until I want to say it's partway through Shadowbringers when I finally get that ability. Seriously, Square Enix. Go through some of these abilities that you've got. I don't care if you have to come up with new ones to replace the stuff or move things around. But, like, come on. These are some very basic abilities that we should really have access to at earlier levels. I should probably use my cooldowns, huh? Sorry, Sage. Round and round the Gobby tank goes. And he does this. That mechanic was actually a lot scarier when we didn't have circle AoEs on literally every job. You guys deal with the soldier, I got the sniper. There you go. Yeah, got him before he could start spinning around again. Yeah, instant Q. Love that instant Q. Okay. Doma Castle's not bad. Let's see if this white mage can do this pull. I don't have Vengeance, which is kind of but should still, in theory, be fine. Oh, and I have Shake It Off at this level. I didn't know that. I thought Shake It Off was the next dungeon. In that case, yeah, we should be fine. I'll just use the Shake It Off to give myself a little bit of an extra cushion of HP there. And yeah, Healer's got this. Healer's got this. I don't trust them to do the Giga Pull at the next section, but I don't really trust anyone to do that pull. I don't even trust myself to do that pull. Easy. Now let's see what we can do here. Now, you can keep going on this pull, but this is usually the point where I stop. Because I've tried doing the full wall-to-wall pull here several times. It doesn't end well. Also, I gotta say, I like this bard's name, but I'm kind of disappointed he's not a machinist. So yeah, I usually split this pull up into 2 groups because not a lot of healers are able to do the full wall-to-wall. Also, I think I just said not a few, and if that is what I said, then that really doesn't make a lot of sense. I have just been... My brain has been so scrambled today. Like, I talked at the start of this about how I feel a little bit more refreshed after, you know, getting a little bit of extra rest and, like, getting my bearings and such. And it's true, I do feel a lot better, but my brain is still fried in some places. Like, I completely forgot about Missy's appointment today. I completely spaced on that. I felt so bad for the vet. Because I am usually super good about keeping appointments and everything, and remembering them, and, you know, being on time, being early even. But this time, I completely spaced. There should be a very small space here. I'll give you Shake It Off since I'm not going to be there myself. There. And what made it even worse was after they called me to let me know that I missed the appointment, first and foremost. That was how I found out about it. And then afterward, I was thinking to myself, and I'm like, wow, I thought for sure that the appointment was on the 16th, not the 13th. And then I looked at the date and I realized that it is the 16th and not the 13th. So not only did I completely space on the appointment, for whatever reason, I thought it was the 13th instead of the 16th. Like, I just cannot brain today. I cannot brain today. I also need to remember that, well, I won't need to remember it for very long, but I do need to keep in mind that raw intuition doesn't last as long as bloodwetting does. And bloodwetting is like 10 seconds, I think it is, then raw intuition is only 6. There we go. We go together! Dude, you can move. Let's say it dropped off of you a while ago. You're good. Ah, you bastard. I don't know if there's space in here between these chakra arms. There's not. Yep, come on, get over here. I do not remember this guy being so uncooperative when it comes to moving. Okay, this group should have space in the middle. Yep, there it is. Don't walk into the thing. You fool. Okay. And now for the long one. This one I'll go ahead and start gathering stuff on. What all do I need? Islewort, vine, logs, clay, tin sand. Well, the tin sand and clay and all these are pretty easy. The only one that's going to take a while is going to be the log. It's a log, it's a log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's a log, it's a log, it's better than bad, it's good. This is where I'll get the clay. Of course, if I had a third granary instead of a fourth workshop, I could just set my granaries up in such a way that I would never have to do any of this. But no, that's not what Square Enix wants us to do. Square Enix wants us to gather. They don't want us to just leave it to the mammoths. We gotta do some gathering on our own. One thing that I always make sure of, though, I always make sure that at least one of my granaries is set for the ocean, because I absolutely refuse to go into the ocean and gather. Because there are too many things that are incredibly irritating to gather that the ocean route just completely takes care of from the granaries. And of course, we end up in Praetorium. Because why not? Oh, I'll have to tell Ozzy that someone appreciates her glam. She's the one that dressed up my character. 'Cause I sure as hell wasn't gonna do it. Chair here. There we go. Make sure I have a better posture. I've been trying to keep an eye on that. I usually don't slouch too bad, but still. Sometimes I start and I don't notice. And I don't want early access to back pain DLC. Although, technically speaking, I already have that. Usually, whenever I stand for a really long time, or when, or more specifically, if I stand and I'm moving my upper body a lot, but not really moving my legs all that much, a spot in my back will start to hurt. And that same spot in my back will start to hurt if I lay down flat on my bed. If I lay flat on my bed, that spot on my back will actually start to hurt. So I cannot lay flat on my back. I have to lay on my side or on my belly. Otherwise, I get some insane pain, which sucks because anytime I'm on my back, that's when Missy wants to cuddle on my chest. And I like having Missy cuddle on my chest. It's adorable. I love it. But no, my back says no. It's okay, maybe that'll go away when I start doing core exercises. Because so far my weight loss regimen has been working out pretty well. I'm down 20 pounds. Not gonna make not gonna make the goal that I set for myself, but I knew I wasn't gonna, so it's not that big of a deal that I'm not. But definitely proud of the progress that I've made. And I'm gonna keep going. I believe I've mentioned this before, but I'm gonna keep going until I get to my goal weight, which is around 180, 175, something like that. Somewhere in that range. Once I'm down to that, then I want to switch things up a bit, do less cardio, do more strength training, and in particular, I want to do some core workouts and hope that like improves or even just gets rid of the back pain that I sometimes get. Do 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 do. And away we go in Magitech armor. That just synchronized volley, completely annihilating the Ultima arms. Now we get to sit and wait for a bit. Ooh, upcoming changes and improvements for Path of Exile 2. What do we got? Adding capacity to fast travel between checkpoints. We'll also be making passive point respecking cheaper, especially at higher levels. Okay. Trial of the Sekmas. We've reworked how honor damage scales when in close range, as well as fixing an important bug that was causing players to take far too much honor damage from damage over time. Okay. Endgame and monster balance. Endgame maps more punishing than intended, so we've toned down the damage in a number of ways. Disabled a certain on-death effect where the telegraphing was not as clear as it should have been. Okay. Character and item balance. We've made charm modifiers on belts substantially more common, now appear at much lower levels. Of symbolism modifier now appears from level 23 onward. Of inscription modifier now appears from level 64 onward. Electrocute is now 25% harder to build up, but the damage penalty has been removed from the support gem. Added a new lightning damage and electrocute cluster to the passive tree in between ranger and monk sections. Now more difficult to chain freeze enemies by reducing the amount of freeze buildup applied after a freeze has been applied. Hunter's Talisman notable now grants +1 charm slot. Okay. They're looking to improve certain spells, rolling slam and shield skills in the mace section, various bow skills, especially skills used to generate frenzy, bone spells and chaos damage over time spells in the occult section, various crossbow skills, some of the underachieving quarterstaff abilities. Alongside all these skill gem improvements, we've also done a pass over the support gems. We've added 2 new supports and removed or lessened the penalties on many others, notably the fire, lightning, and cold exposure supports. Added tremor support gem, which can be used to give up to multiple more aftershocks to skills with a damage penalty. Added bidding support gem. Okay, added fire. The fire exposure, lightning exposure, and cold exposure support gems no longer penalize damage of supported skills. They now have mana cost multiplier of 120%. Several notable nerfs to a few of the remaining overachieving skills. Skeletal Arsonist Spirit costs now match the other 2 skeleton mages. This should result in a slight decrease in the number of arsonists at a higher level. Nerf to damage over time component on very high levels of Tornado and Vine Arrow. Magnetic Salvo can now only use your stuck lightning arrows as opposed to those created by your party members. I mean, that makes sense. And yeah, I'm super happy to hear that the honor system is getting reworked, because that absolutely needed to happen. What on earth was that? Ah! Gift subs. Appreciate it. Enjoy your mount. Should have gotten a mount out of that. I'm not sure if it Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Kind of amusing that the subscription came before the follow. Usually it's the other way around on that, but thank you nonetheless. Appreciate it. Oh, I did that wrong. Oh well. I mean, it's nothing to apologize for. It's just funny. But that should get you the code for the mount and the 50 Aetheryte tickets. Get back here, Nero, you ass. Stop jumping around. Just stand still and let me kill you. I mean, it is much faster than it used to be. But still quite slow. Like, honestly, I still feel like they should, well, like, what they should do is they should go back to making these scenes skippable. They should make these scenes skippable, and then they need to either A, fold these duties into the other roulettes to get rid of MSQ roulette entirely, you know, distribute those extra rewards from MSQ roulette to the other roulettes, or alternatively, add more stuff to the MSQ roulette and just have it be like the storyline capstone dungeon for each of the expansions. So throw a theochemical research facility in there, Alamigo, Dead Ends, Amarot, you know, throw all of those in here. That's what I would like to see. Either get rid of it or add some more variety and make the cutscenes skippable again. Especially since now you can just do the dungeons with trusts if you really want to see all the cutscenes. And now we move 10 feet to the west and get another cutscene.
Look for the lift's control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lift down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the ultimate weapon.
Yeah, right now, MSQ Roulette only has Castrum Meridianum, Praetorium, which is this one, and I forget the actual name of it. It's the ultimate weapon fight. Those are the only three things that you can get in this. And I feel like making the cutscenes skippable and adding the capstone dungeons from each of the other expansions to this would make it a little bit more palatable. On the other hand, it could also just make people even more resentful of getting these ones if they add the extra dungeons but don't make the cutscenes skippable.
Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument.
I need to get myself some more water while this guy's yapping. Be right back.
It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors.
Hello, Missy.
Truly believe them your guardians.
The sleepy cat.
The trick that served you so well in Cartano, and call them down. They will answer.
I moved from my chair, so of course Missy has to poke her head up and find out what exactly I'm doing.
Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, everyone. Except for this. And you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning?
You know, it's really funny knowing what we know now, coming back and listening to this, where he's calling the 12 false deities just like the primals of the beast tribes. And here we are years later. Oh, by the way, turns out the 12 were real.
He had fought
and are actual gods. So, yeah, enjoy that thought.
And when the dust of battle settles, it is never the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
And give me a side quest where I go back to Gaius hanging out in Werelite or wherever the hell he is. I think he's in Werelite. And be like, hey, by the way, remember those 12? Remember the 12 that you were so convinced were no different than the icons of the beasts, the gods of the beasts? Yeah, yeah. It's not what it's like. Yeah, they were the real deal, and then we killed them.
Face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, but none among you has the power to stop me.
Okay, now we get to beat up Gaius. I fling my axe at you. Oh, he targeted me with that. That's surprising. You know what really sucks about this fight, though? You can't skip ad phase. It doesn't let you skip it. Like, even if you do enough damage to get him down... Oh, you're using the LB on that. Good. Good for you, dude. I'm actually proud of you. Holy shit, nobody uses the LB on that thing. Even though they really should. But yeah, as I was saying, even if you do get Gaius down to 0 HP, he doesn't die. He just sits at 1 HP and then goes into ad phase. And then immediately dies when he comes back. Okay. And now I need to do some Island Sanctuary stuff and some crafting. And then afterward, it'll be off to Heritage Found to grind some fates. Unless I get pulled into doing some other stuff. Which is entirely possible. I saw some friends of mine got logged in. And they've been leveling some stuff, so they might pull me in to get me to do some stuff. I don't know. We'll see. They might not bother pulling me in because I'm streaming. I don't know. Depends. Okay, how much of the Isle Wart did I need? Oh, that much. Okay. Now let's go and grab the vines. This shouldn't can take too long. The one that'll take the longest will be the logs, because the route for logs is kind of eh. Vines will be really quick. And I'll grab tin sand on the way up after getting the vines. And then it'll just be logs. Vines should be... yes, there they are. And once again, every time I do this, I really, really wish they had just let us have a third granary. I think I'll need to do 4 passes, if I remember right, because I need like 33, 34, something like that. And there's 10, so... actually, I could probably get away with only doing 3 passes, because now that I think about it, there's an apple tree and a bit of sugarcane on the other path for the island logs. Yeah, I can get away with just doing 3 passes. And yeah, this is Island Sanctuary. I finished everything that you can possibly do in it. I just keep maintaining it because the gacha boxes can give you some good stuff. And it's also an extra source of some materia. So it still has its uses. I can also get some pretty valuable dyes from the shop in here, so there are, and it doesn't take me that much time to just gather stuff for a week. The island mostly runs itself otherwise. Started playing a few months before Dawn Trail came out, so new. Okay. Yeah, the Island Sanctuary is worth doing. It is a slow start, but over time you'll unlock a bunch of stuff that will make things significantly easier. And you just go in, take it week by week, and you'll get it maxed out in no time, and then you can use it to get all kinds of stuff. There are mounts, there's a ton of mounts that you can get from here. The dyes that I mentioned, there's glamour sets as well. All kinds of fun stuff. Okay, that should be all the sugarcane that I need. Well, vines. Yeah, that's all the vines. Actually got a few extra, but whatever. I believe this one is tin sand as well. Yeah, that's tin sand. And some of the mounts that you can get from here are pretty cool. Hang on a second. Yeah, here we go. You can get a couple of motorcycles. You get this one, you get this one, which has a little tractor bit on the back. And there's also... Let's see. Where are the other ones? Where are the other ones? Oh, this is one of them, the Island Buffalo. Yeah. Big boy. And then, of course, the Florida mount, as people like to call it, for fairly obvious reasons. What else? There's at least 2 others that I know of that you get from here. Oh no, there's a whole bunch of... Oh yeah, you get all of these ones. All of these come from the Island Sanctuary as well. And these ones are actually kind of iconic because these are the, they're the Mandragoras. And they pop up in a lot of different spots. Yeah, just all of the Mandragoras you get as mounts. And then these 2 are the really expensive ones. Because these ones are the basic ones that you can buy over time as you level up the Island Sanctuary. These 2 are only available from the Felicitous Favor systems, which you unlock when you've got everything maxed out. There's 2 ways you can get this one. And I think there's only one. I think you can only get this one through the gacha boxes. But this one you can either buy tokens to eventually get it, which takes about like a month in order to get. Or you can use the gacha boxes. I used the gacha boxes to get both of these. But this thing still sells on the market board for like 1.4 mil. And this one, not nearly as rare, not nearly as valuable, but you can still get something like 300k off of it. So yeah, it's definitely worth maintaining the Island Sanctuary after you've finished everything, because you can get stuff like that. Doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And I think that's all the tin sand I need. Yep, that's all the tin sand I need. Okay, now I just need island logs. Then I'm going to do a little bit of crafting to work on my gatherer set. And then afterward, time to grind fates. So I can work on another mount. Because I love collecting mounts. Hence why I've got, like, I think I'm at 252 at this point. Yeah, 252. Now, last I checked, I had something like, I had 80 something percent of all of the mounts in the game. I want to make that 100%. It's not going to happen, but I want it to happen. Yeah, unfortunately, the reason it's not going to happen is because there are some mounts that I just refuse to try and go for. Most notably, the PvP mounts. That reminds me, did I get a level in my series? No, I didn't. I'll get it tomorrow. Okay, I think it should be one more pass and then I'm done gathering. We'll see. So, you started a couple months before Dawn Trail. How far are you in the story? Did you manage to catch up before Dawn Trail actually launched? Or did you buy a skip? The real one. I don't give a shit if you bought the skip. If that's you saying that you bought the skip and don't want to tell me, like, trust me, I don't care if you bought the skip. Made it to Shadowbringers, thought I'd be behind if you didn't start Dawn Trail. Ah, okay. Yeah, there's usually more than enough time between patches to catch up, no matter how far behind you are. But I could definitely understand the feeling. But I definitely understand the sentiment of not wanting to share that, because for all the talk of how welcoming the community is, nobody likes to follow that up with the actual truth of if you do not have anything, if you don't have anything but praise for the story, then the community will absolutely crucify you for it. And nobody likes to bring that part up for some reason. People need to chill. Need to relax. Okay, so I need to make the 4 of these so that I can make these. Technically, I only need to make 3. I only need to make 3. And then I can spend the rest of the time making, I guess, the ingots. Because I won't have enough condensed solution for the nanofiber or the plates. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. And then do this. And then start making some leather. I need this macro. There we go. We're about to hop to the table instead. Yeah. Yep. People, like I said, people need to calm the fuck down. Like, yeah, it's a good story. I'm glad we're all enjoying it, but people are allowed to not enjoy the story, number one, and people are allowed to ignore the story. The story is not a prerequisite for playing the game or enjoying the game. Hell, there are a lot of aspects about the story that I don't like. Aspects that I've ranted about on stream many times. Oh shit. Why did that not work? Great, now I have to open up the simulator, figure out what the hell's going on with my macro, or just get an alternative macro. Let's actually do that. Let's see. Then I gotta buy more skins. Let's just go into community rotations real quick. I don't feel like theory crafting this shit. Just give me something that works. Let's see. What's this one? Wait. No, that's 80 durability. No, I need 35 durability. What's this one? Root list, T list. Okay, I'll go with this one then. Let me just make a new set. Is here. I'll have to rename this one to something else. For right now, I will keep them how they are, and then I gotta go back to solution 9. So fucking annoying. So that macro that I tried to use, I had thought that it would be perfectly fine to use for the slightly more difficult 35 durability materials. Apparently not. Luckily, I can still buy the replacement. Okay, let's see if this one works. And this one's advertised as being foodless, so I can save on my food, I guess, if I'm still using it. I got a lucky proc there. Okay, there we go. Now I got a macro I can use for this stuff. Hey. Welcome to endgame crafting, by the way. If you're interested in crafting, this is what it looks like. Just figuring out a macro that works for the crafts that you want to do, and sitting around and letting the macro do its thing. Yeah, most people go that route. And does not surprise me in the slightest. You will always find one of two kinds of people in endgame. The people that enjoy crafting and do it constantly, and the people that absolutely hate crafting and will just find somebody else in their raid group that does enjoy crafting and have them do all their stuff. And most crafters are happy to do it. They'll usually, if they're friends, then they usually don't even charge you a fee other than just, you know, materials. And usually, and even then, only tome materials usually. Oh no, I enjoy the crafting. But I also recognize how stupid it is. No, I craft because I make my own raid gear, food, and potions and all that. And occasionally, if somebody from my raid group needs something, then and I'm available, then I'll craft it for them. I don't usually have to do that, though, because most of the people in my raid group are crafters. Okay, now I need to come down here, grab this. And use this macro. I usually play caster. Right now in Ultimate, I'm forced to play Pictomancer because Pictomancer is ridiculously strong in Ultimate right now. Not specifically because Pictomancer is overpowered or anything, but because the type of fight Ultimate and this Ultimate is allows Pictomancer to circumvent its one weak point. That weak point being that Pictomancer typically has a long downtime period where it's just painting its motifs and setting up for its burst. In Ultimate, there's a ton of downtime where you're not able to hit the boss at all anyway, so you essentially get free DPS gains on Pictomancer. My preferred caster is Summoner. Okay, there's the gloves, and now for the boots. And that's all of my gathering left side. Now all that's left are the tools. And the tools I'm not going to worry about right now. Probably gonna wait until next patch and just gather the various materials. Then find out if the relic tools are going to be released next patch. If they are, then I'll probably just skip to those. If they're not, then I'll go ahead and make them. Alrighty. And now, because I don't want to waste my food, I go ahead and make a bunch of these. So this one, I can't use this macro, I have to use this one. Because this has got the extra progress requirement. Which I am still super annoyed by, Square Enix. Really wish you hadn't done that. Ooh, got a proc, nice. I'll do this for some of the food. That's because I'm not gonna run out the full timer on the food because number one, I've got plenty. I can make more. It's not a big deal. And number two, this is not exactly compelling gameplay. I would think it'd be much more interesting to just watch me fly around killing fates, because then at least I'm doing something. As opposed to just kind of sitting here clicking a button every like 30 seconds or so. I think I'll make about 10 of these. Well, that's not good. That's an unfortunate proc. 85%. Let's see if I still make it. Yeah, still got it. If you're curious, the proc that I'm referring to is the condition that you can see over here. You can also see it in the little white circle down there. Occasionally, you'll get a different condition like that right there. Condition good. What that does is that increases your quality gains, and sometimes you'll get an excellent proc, which will give a massive bonus to quality gain if you use a quality skill when it comes up. However, every time there's an excellent proc, it is immediately followed by a poor proc, which will give you a debuff to your quality gains. So, if it happens at the wrong time, the excellent proc can really screw you over. What happened there was I got an excellent proc when my macro was setting up a buff. So the excellent proc got wasted, and the poor proc was up when I actually used a quality skill, which lowered the amount of quality that I gained. There are ways you can deal with that so that it's not an issue, but you'd have to be manually crafting in order to do that. And I'm not manually crafting this. This is, yeah. The occasional poor proc screwing over one of my crafts is an acceptable risk to the sheer ease of just clicking the macro button. Tomorrow in general will be a slightly more entertaining day because I'll be doing my weekly stuff then. And doing some of the new content that they're adding. And there will also be Raid tomorrow. Hopefully it doesn't get canceled tonight, or tomorrow rather. We can actually do some ultimate prog. Make a couple more and then I'll swap over to doing fates. Because I want to get some fates in. Oh, I also still haven't done the event. Oh, the event doesn't really matter. The event is just kind of meh. I'm gonna skip past it anyway. Skip through the cutscenes, get the rewards, and call it a day. That's my contribution to the event. You get a routine data for weekly stuff. Yeah, I've got a typical rotation that I do for everything. Usually it starts with me just going to Idleshire to do Unreal, and I'm just gonna go ahead and start doing fates. And let's go ahead and repair this stuff. Let's go do fates. Let's go kill stuff. I must kill things in the wild. Yeah, usually I'll run around to Idleshire, do the Unreal, pick up a book from Chloe, do some solo stuff. Okay, are there people here doing these fates? It would appear the answer is no, the area is empty. This is good news. Set my map up real quick. There we go. I'm gonna do this one first, because it's got bonus. So, I want to, as a bit of an explanation for why I am gonna be running around killing fates when I'm already max level and stuff. I'm doing this not for the XP, not for the shared fate system, because I've already got that maxed out in every zone. No, I'm doing this for the gemstones, because I want that sugar glider mount. There is a actual mount where you get to be on a giant sugar glider, and I want it. And in order to get that mount, you have to purchase gemstone vouchers. Each gemstone voucher costs 100 bicolor gemstones, and you need 500 vouchers in order to buy it. Now let me do some quick math for you. That means you need to do approximately 65,000 fates in order to get that mount. I say approximately because there are certain things you can do to bring that number down. One of them is going for bonus fates like this one, because bonus fates increase the amount of rewards you receive. Two more. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of fates, but I'm well on my way. Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. Maiden! Kill the maiden! Okay, still 3 minutes left. Plenty of time, plenty of time. Looks like some of those other fates that were up are despawning, which is... I mean, the one that despawned I wasn't going to finish anyway, so... Yeah, Twist of Fate. Okay, let's hope I can get over here before this one despawns. Go ahead and turn these off. Hello, Missy. How are you, Missy Cat? You sleepy? Know what it is? You sleepy cat? Yeah. There you. Okay, last one. And now we sit and wait for the chain to start up. Because this one's a two-parter. You know me, see. I'll give you scritches. Look at that spawn down there. Just kill this one and it's done. Yep. Oh, you bastard. Hate when fate mobs do that. Okay, let's try to get down here and do this one, because this one's been up for a while. This one's still got 10 minutes. Did I miss it? Did I miss what? The fate? No. No, I finished the Fate. Oh no, the OU bastard part was that was what happens with some of these fates. Mobs will spawn in and will target you. If that happens right as the fate ends, sometimes what will happen is, like, when the fate ends, all of the mobs are supposed to, like, wander off, and you aren't supposed to do anything with them. They just wander off and disappear. But sometimes what'll happen is a mob will still spawn to replace whatever one you killed to finish the fate. And sometimes that mob will target you. And if that happens, then you can't get on your mount. You have to wait until the mob disappears in order to get on your mount. That's what the OU bastard was for. Because that's what happened. Because typically what'll happen is, as soon as the fate ends, all the mobs that are currently involved in the fate that are up will become untargetable. And they will not target you. But if it's a fresh one that spawns, it can still target you. You'll see it here in a second. I gotta kill 2 more. Then I'm gonna head down to that boss fate, I think. Okay, so those mobs will go untargetable. That one that just spawned, there you go. That one that just spawned could still target me, and that's what happens. So now I gotta wait until that specific mob disappears, and then I can get on my mount. It doesn't always happen, but it happens often enough that it's really irritating. Let's head down to this fate. I gotta reset my headset because it's starting, the sound is starting to glitch. No idea why it happens. Give it a few seconds. There we go. It'll take a little bit to reconnect. There it goes. I'm not sure why it happens, but occasionally my headset, it usually happens after my headset's been going for 3 or 4 hours. Sometimes it doesn't happen at all. But the sound will start to cut out intermittently. And it's just a little annoying. Okay. Now let's go over to this one. I should still have plenty of time on it, right? Oh, somebody's actually here. Okay. I might get there in time. Yeah, I should get there in plenty of time. And should still be able to get gold because I'm a tank. I generate all the aggro. And that should be it. Yep. Okay, going in spawn order, this one up top should be next. That's also a two-parter, but I can leave the second part for a little bit while I clear out the other fates. Somebody else is here doing fates, then that means the difficulty's gonna ramp up a little bit. Of course, it was gonna do that anyway with all the fates I was clearing, but it will ramp up slightly faster. And looks like it already has, actually. Shouldn't have ramped up this much. Should still only be spawning like 4 mobs. Why is it spawning more? Maybe there's more people in the zone than I thought. I don't care about your AoEs, I am a warrior! I shall smite you all! Wait, no, that's Paladin. Okay, looks like the other guy went to the South Fate instead of coming to this one. That's fine. Okay, that should be the last one needed. Nope, I need one more. There we go. And looks like the guy triggered this fate. And this one will be next, and then we can come back up for the one that's about to spawn here. And then, assuming nothing else spawns in the interim, we get the fun task of sitting and waiting for fates. Oh wait, this is a different guy. Now this fate difficulty is more about what I would have expected. Why was that other one skyrocketed? Oh well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, I can still do them solo if need be. Let's head down here. Yeah, see, this one spawned after the one up north. And the difficulty for it is low, and somebody started that one up there. So that's annoying. I don't think we'll be able to finish this one before that one gets finished up there. Unless the difficulty is swerved again. Ooh, and a bonus one just spawned. Now this should be the last one. Yep. Okay, what's this one at? 50%? I can totally get there in time. Yeah, I should be able to get there in time and get enough aggro to get gold rating on it. Because that's how fate credit works. Oh, this is also a different person. Okay, they're done. I thought that one was going to target me for a second. Did the other guy go to this one? He may have, but no progress on it yet. Let's see, how far along am I? 227? Okay. I'm at 141 out of the 500 vouchers that I need for the mount. My goal initially was to just get 1,000 gemstones a day, because that would get me 10 vouchers, and I would just do that until I had the 500, which would take me about 2 months. But I fell behind and haven't been keeping up with it, so I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. Because past couple days I've just needed a little bit of a break. Brain is still a little fried, but now I actually just feel like getting back into the game again, so... Give me those bonus gemstones. I didn't need a break from the game specifically. I just wanted to take some time to myself, that's all. But as for what else I play all kinds of stuff. JRPGs, ARPGs, roguelikes are a big favorite. Dark Souls. Lots of fun stuff. Predominantly what I'll be playing is Final Fantasy XIV, but I do occasionally play other stuff. I'm gonna assume that guy teleported because it's or there's somebody else over there that started it, but that's fine. It's a turn-in fate, so I only need 6. Okay. Let's grab these. Okay, 4 so far, and these 2 will give me the last 6 I need. Okay, that's it. Never know what to do for fates? Usually it's just walk in and kill whatever's moving. At least in this zone it is. Some zones have some weird fates that have different objectives. Oh, just in general. Yeah, the... Final Fantasy has a lot of strengths when it comes to teaching people how to play the game. Unfortunately, its glaring weakness is that while it is very, very good at teaching you how to play the game with regard to AoE markers, telegraphs, things like that, it is very, very bad at teaching you how to play your job. And part of that is Square Enix's stubborn refusal to, in their eyes, enforce any particular playstyle. They want people to kind of figure it out on their own and play the way they want to play. And unfortunately, a lot of the content in the game and the jobs themselves don't really allow you to do that sort of thing as much as they'd like it to be that way. Started Pally, went Warrior, now working on Dark Knight. Watch Megastar videos and went from there. The resource I like to use most often is the Balance Discord. They have separate channels for every single role, separate channels for every single job, and they have a plethora of information on how to do pretty much anything you want to do. You're in there? Yeah, it is the #1 place to be for general information. That guy's still working on that? No, I guess he is. But starting with tank is really good for a lot of reasons. One of those reasons being they're super easy to play. Very straightforward. There's a reason I'm going warrior in these. Ooh, boss fate spawn. Nice. Like those. They're easy. Depending on whether or not the dude that's still working on the turn-in fate does, I might head over there after doing this one instead of doing the second part of it, like I normally do. These two won't be enough to finish it. Almost, though. Yeah, I'll need one more. Oh, a volunteer. He finished with that? No, he's not. And then you also get to take advantage of the illustrious tank privilege. You get fast Q times, and things that kill other people will not kill you. Because tanks in this game are bullshit. And Warrior is definitely the most bullshit of the lot. Oh hey, the dude's here. Oh wait, no, this is a different dude. This is a machinist. The other guy was a bard. Oh yeah, I do that on a pretty regular basis. Oh no, that's it. I'm done. Now I can head over to the boss. The dude is still over there doing that? Or maybe he gave up. Maybe he gave up after seeing that I wasn't finishing it. I don't know why I bothered stunning that. He wasn't gonna knock me away anyway, I was in IR. Oh well, doesn't matter. Doing a holiday event for fancy barding, yeah. I was actually kind of disappointed with the rewards this time around. Personally, I was hoping for another mount. Although that's mostly because I just like mounts. The different holiday events are kind of a mixed bag. They're all of them have like interesting ongoing storylines. Like they'll reference previous events. And you'll be able to do some stuff that was part of previous events in current ones. But the rewards that you get vary from things like bardings, orchestrion rolls, glamour sets, mount, all the way up to mounts and minions and emotes. There's all kinds of stuff that you can get from events. And you can actually view the previous seasonal event stuff on Mog Station, because every time an event rolls around, the rewards from the previous year are added to the Mog Station. Of course, at that point it costs money, but you could get some of the old stuff if you want it. Or at least look at what used to be offered. And someone started that fate over to the northeast. I'm not going to get there in time. I don't know who's doing it, but they are ripping it apart. I don't think I'm gonna be able to take it to get there in time to get enough credit for gold. Nope, just finished. Man, if it complete, I didn't do shit. I can show off some of the mounts. Hang on. Because again, I'm a mount collector. Okay, let's see. Previous rewards for... This one, I believe, was an event mount. Yeah, this was a Easter. This was an Easter one, and it has a little special action where it gives you eggs. You get eggs. Let's see, what else have we got? Let's see. The polar bear. This was another one. You get free snowflakes for the polar bear. Oh yeah, and this one too. Another bear mount that throws presents. Yeah. Accept my Christmas cheer! What else? What else? What else? Damn, where are all the event mounts? I know I'm passing over them because I have way too many. This was another mount. This is actually similar. This is actually where the mount that you picked up from the subs came from. It originally started as a Starlight mount. You're inside the snowman. Doesn't have any actions, but it's there. Broomstick. This was a Halloween event mount. And you cast spells. This was another Easter event mount. Giant egg. With a chocobo inside. And then these are all trial mounts. These two are also... These were Valentine's Day mount, event mounts. They're just two chairs that form a heart. Oh. Fate spawned while I was doing that. Good. Good, good, good. And this one's got bonus. 337. And mind you, that's just the mount rewards that they've given out. There, like I said, there's also been glamour sets, emotes, minions, all kinds of stuff. All of which is available on Mog Station the year after the year rolls around. So if you happen to miss an event, wait till next year and it'll be on the Mog Station. I would show some of the glamour sets, but those are significantly harder to show off while I'm doing fates. And plus, I don't particularly care for glamour. So I don't really have anything set up for it. Yeah, people will tell you that glamour is the true end game. To those people, I say, nobody cares what you look like when you're covered in the blood of the vanquished. And as far as mounts and minions go, there are definitely plenty of those to choose from. There's also sites to help you keep track of which ones you don't have and what you got to do to get them. Another bonus fate. Yeah, if you ever want to see the sheer volume of things to do in the game, things to collect in the game, go to XIV Collect, and you'll get a pretty comprehensive list. I mean, that's still more than a lot of people I know, believe it or not. And if you're curious as to why I keep using the same mount when I have so many, it's because that mount happens to be the rarest one that I own, and one of the rarest in the game. So I like to show it off. This mount you get from doing 2,000 mentor roulettes. Yep, 2,000. And mind you, it's not queuing for mentor roulette 2,000 times. No, it's queuing, getting into whatever instance it puts you in, and finishing the instance. There's been a number of times where I've had to vote abandon a couple of them. Most people that I know that have this mount cheesed it, because there is a way to cheese the mentor roulette that it wants you to do. But myself and a handful of others did it the intended way, which is just queuing normally. There are a number of people here doing fates now. They probably instance hopped and then just came back. Okay. As for how you cheese mentor roulette, it's actually pretty funny how it works. Because it comes down to a quirk in how mentor roulette itself works. Because what mentor roulette does is it attempts to put you into an instance where there is at least one player new to the instance. Doesn't matter what the instance is, doesn't matter how many people are new, as long as one person is new, it will try its best to put you in that instance with that new player. Because that's what mentor roulette was intended for. It was intended for mentors to use to help new players. However, if for whatever reason the mentor roulette is unable to find an instance that has a new player in it, it'll just use your queue time to fill whatever instance happens to need an extra body. Oh, that thing aggroed me. Go away. So what you do is you get 3 buddies and you queue for a specific language, because you can select which language you queue in so that you'll be matched with other players that speak the language. The one most of my friends used was German, which on the NA server is definitely not common. And you have those 3 friends queue for a guild test called Under the Armor, where you go and fight a mob called Bachman. Super easy, takes like all of 30 seconds to go in, beat his ass, and then leave. You have them queue in German language settings for that particular instance, and then you queue for mentor roulette at the same time, also with German language settings. The system will automatically match you, because it'll do a read of all of the people in queue, see that none of them are queuing for German specifically, and will match you with the one other group that is queuing in German. And that's how you cheese mentor roulette. I mostly didn't do that. I say mostly because there were a couple of times where I ran into other groups doing it. And there were also a couple of times where I intentionally queued when I knew some friends of mine were doing it, just to see if I could screw with them a little bit and end up getting some of their clears, just to mess with them. But for the most part, what I did was I would queue up for 10 mentor roulettes a day, and do the best I could to help people out. Or at least I started doing the best I could to help people out. Over time, I stopped. And the reason I stopped trying to help people out during Mentor Roulette was because people are fucking stupid and refuse to listen. Because I would get into an instance and people would be having trouble with mechanics. I would freely explain the mechanics in as much detail as I possibly could. I would ask people if there was anything in particular they didn't understand. And I would explain, hey, this is how it works, this is where you gotta be, this is what you gotta do. Nobody ever responded to anything that I said. Nobody ever did any of the things that I said. So, I just stopped trying. Now, if someone were to ask me a question, I would answer it. I wasn't just completely silent. I was only ever silent if the rest of the group was. If somebody in the group asked a question, I would give them the answer. But I stopped being proactive whenever I saw people screwing up mechanics. And the worst instance that I ever got in Mentor Roulette was always Ramu EX. Ramu EX was absolutely, unequivocally the worst thing to get in Mentor Roulette. I think in all of the Mentor Roulettes that I did, I got that particular one probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 to 70 times, all across the time that I did it. I cleared it maybe once. Maybe. It was pretty bad. And once again, it was just because people didn't listen. So I would just be like, hey, you know, don't stand in the water when he does his big AoE. It does extra damage to you and kills you. Where did people stand? In the water. Hey, when people get targeted, you need to stand next to them so that they can Shaha, so that your AoE hits them. That way you can free them from the stun and save them from walking to their death when they become hypnotized. What did they do? They just spread out and didn't hit any of the targeted people. So yeah, that's what led to me just saying, nah, I'm not doing this anymore. Instead, my SOP became stay quiet unless somebody asks a question. If we wipe more than once, vote abandon. That was it. And hey, it worked out pretty well. I got my mount. And according to XIV Collect, only, I believe it's 0.4% of players actually own it. Yeah, 0.4% of the total players actually have this mount. And that is why it is the rarest mount that I own. There are a couple that are even more rare than this, but not very many. I think there's like 8 of them that are harder to find than this one. But one of the things that interests me the most about that statistic, first and foremost, I should also mention that this is only an estimate because they can only scrape data off of public profiles. So if somebody's got their profile set to private, they can't see what mounts they own. They can only see that if they have it set to public, which it's public by default, I believe. But some people do have their profiles set to private for one reason or another, so the number isn't exact, but it's accurate enough for the purposes of this conversation. The interesting thing about that statistic is that statistic has remained the same. Ooh, maiden, where is it? Where is it? Where's the maiden? Kill the maiden! Kill it! Kill the maiden! Kill the maiden! Okay, the maiden's dead. We're good now. Back to our regularly scheduled murder. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. That statistic has remained mostly the same for quite some time. There is another mount that I've been keeping an eye on that is almost as rare. It's actually slightly rarer. The Pteranodon. There's an actual pterodactyl mount in the game. That one you get by participating in the Ishgardian restoration activities, which is crafting and gathering. And there's a side area that's attached to that called Diadem, where you go in with your gatherer and you can gather a lot of materials that are only found there, and you can use them to craft specific things that will get you special currency that you can turn in for special rewards. Now, some of those crafts and some of those materials, when you gather them, will give you points. Skybuilders points is what they're called, if I'm not mistaken. There are achievements for getting 500,000 Skybuilders points for each of the crafters and gatherers. You get the pterodactyl mount by getting all of those achievements. It is a hell of a grind, and one day I will also go for that grind, so I can go for that mount. One day, but it is not this day. This day I have a different mount in mind. But what's interesting about that, this mount, the one that I've got, the Mentor Roulette mount, this was first released back in Heaven's Ward, patch 3.2, if I remember right. Okay, 3.2. The Pterodactyl mount was released patch 5.2, 5.3, something like that. Which would have been something like 4 years after the Mentor Roulette mount was released. And it has been out for about 4 years now. There are more people going for the pterodactyl mount than there are going for the mentor roulette mount. Because the pterodactyl ownership rate has been increasing pretty steadily, while the one for the mentor roulette mount has stayed pretty constant. Ah, you bastard. I'm gonna have to wait. So, what that boils down to is that people would rather spend hours upon hours upon hours gathering in Diadem and crafting these items for the 500,000 Skybuilders points. People would rather do that than go through Mentor Roulette. People are perfectly happy with that grind, but they do not want to go anywhere near Mentor Roulette. And having gone through the Mentor Roulettes necessary to get this thing, I can't really say I blame them. It's possible that they don't know the cheese, but honestly, it's been pretty well known since the mount came out. Yeah, people have known about this for a while. Like, I first heard about it in Stormblood, when I started actually going for the mount. That was when I heard about it. Maiden! Kill the maiden! Kill the maiden. It must die. I will smash open its body, and jewels shall rain down upon me. Okay, there we go. It's dead. And by jewels, I mean gemstones. Okay, maintenance is going to start in 2 hours, which is fine, because I wasn't going to be online that long. I'll go ahead and put a pause on my grinding. I'll get up to, you know what? Screw it. I'll stick around and see how many gemstones I can get. My quota is 1,000, but I don't know if I'll be able to get that before maintenance hits, but we'll find out. Now I'm gonna keep going until either maintenance or until I hit 1,000 gemstones. And then I'll call it a day. At the moment, this mount is the rarest one I own. However, once I get the Sugar Glider, that one will very likely be the rarest one that I own for quite a while. Because I know people are going for it, but it takes a long time to grind. And I believe the ownership rate on that one is like 0.3%. I don't know. It's been a while since I looked. Let's actually take a look. Let's see. XIV collect mounts. Let's see. Ownership. Okay, currently there are... Oh wait, hang on. I gotta turn off the... Let's see... show all. Okay, there we go. Okay, currently there are... There are 9 mounts that are rarer than the Mentor Roulette mount. Oh, I was actually slightly off. It's 0.5% of people own this mount. 0.5, not 0.4, because that's definitely a significant difference. Oh, and I also apparently was wrong on another count too. This is actually not the rarest mount I own, but I understand why I didn't count this one as the rarest mount, because it's the mount that you get from doing Unreal with faux hollows. And the reason why I don't count that one as the rarest is because it's new, and that's why people don't have it. Because it's a really easy mount to get. So I don't really count that one. It's the same with EX trial mounts. The wings and the shit that you get from doing the EX trials. I don't really count those ones as being particularly rare because they are super easy to get and they are typically only rare when they first come out. Yeah, the pterodactyl, the sugar glider, those are rarer. The barrel tender mount is rarer. The Ronek is rarer, and then a bunch of hunt mounts. And the hunt mounts are the reason why I won't be getting all of the mounts in the game, because I absolutely refuse to do hunts. Specifically the A and S rank hunts. I refuse. I refuse to do those. They're stupid, and I hate them. Do I have Demi Ozma? No. That's one of the mounts that I gotta grab at some point. I still gotta grab that one. And the main reason why I don't have that one is because around the time people were doing Eureka and getting Demi Ozma was much, much easier because more people were just in Eureka in general. I took a break from the game, so I fell way behind on that, and I didn't really care for Eureka too much anyway after Pagos. So I just didn't do Baldessian Arsenal. So that's why I don't have it. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and leave that. And then head up north. Also took 2 weeks off and got every job on max on release to Dawn Trail. Yeah, I don't know how long it took for me to get every job maxed. I know I didn't do it in 2 weeks, I can tell you that. Because I did a really slow, chill grind to get everything leveled up. Like typically when a new expansion comes out and there's leveling to be done, usually all I'll do is roulettes. And that's it. I'll just use roulettes to get to max level. So it takes a while, but it's not as taxing on my sanity. $100K per dungeon? Oh man. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Because your options were to use roulettes. Oh yeah, that was the other thing that I did. I also did trusts. I also used trusts to level my DPS. Because you can literally just walk through the dungeon, not actually do anything, and clear the dungeon pretty easily. It's very, very chill. Takes a while to do a dungeon that way, but you can do it without actually hitting a single mob. Which is why I know all of the boss mechanics really, really well in the Dawn Trail dungeons. Okay, he should spawn, like, right here. There he is. And yeah, I remember people putting up bounties for that shit for tanks and healers to queue with them in dungeons. There were literally, I specifically remember that there were actually party finders up with offers of Gil in exchange for queuing with a healer or a tank. Asking Limser for 500k, yep. Yep. Made me almost sad to be a DPS main. I say almost because I probably wouldn't have cared either way because I don't really use my Gil for anything. Gil in this game is kind of pointless. Okay, I should actually clarify that just a bit. Gil in this game is kind of pointless once you are set. Once you're set up with with the different things that you need, then Gil is pretty pointless. Like if you're crafting and gathering all of your own stuff, if you are doing Masked Carnival to get Aetheryte tickets for free teleports, repairing your own gear. When you've got all that set up, then Gil is kind of pointless. See, is anybody doing this one? No, they're not. Okay, I'll go ahead and come down here for this one and then go. Honestly, I'm surprised that, well, actually, no, I really shouldn't be too surprised. I was gonna say I was surprised that people would be asking for that sort of thing instead of just doing fates. But I'm willing to bet that most of the people that were asking don't remember the days of Stormblood. The early days of Stormblood. And the server apocalypse that happened then. Because, boy, let me tell ya, there was a time... So, picture this, if you will. Just kind of... So let me set the stage a little bit. Stormblood just launched. Okay? Hugely anticipated. Loads of people in. Loads of people going for it. Login is a little buggy, a little rocky, but a lot of people are able to get in. Not too many issues. But then, as everyone is storming through the MSQ, that's it for this one. Everyone gets to a specific quest in the MSQ. The quest name is, if I recall correctly, Best Served Cold, where you had to speak to Raubon, whereupon you would enter a solo instance to fight a Imperial patrol and destroy their big weapon. You may or may not recall this particular quest. It's pretty early in Stormblood, so I wouldn't be surprised if it, and it's pretty forgettable, so I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't know about it. But boy, oh boy, the people that were around for Stormblood's launch, oh, they remember. Because you see, what ended up happening was everyone was doing the MSQ, which meant everyone was trying to do this quest at the same time, which meant that everyone was requesting an instance, a solo instance, from the instance server at the same time. Bottleneck is putting it lightly. Because you see, the sheer number of people trying to get in, and the nature of what they were trying to get into, meant that not only were people unable to progress the MSQ, but people weren't even able to queue for dungeons. Because, again, it was a solo instance that was causing the problem. So the instance server was extremely overloaded, which meant that it just couldn't form instances fast enough. We couldn't queue for dungeons, we couldn't queue for the MSQ quest. So, what did we do? We leveled using fates. So that first day, the first couple days, honestly, of Stormblood were just full of people running around the map, just bum rushing fates all over the first map in Stormblood. And it was crazy because we couldn't unlock flying in the zone. So everybody was running around on foot. Like, people were mounting and were on their mounts and everything, sure, but they were just running around on the ground. So there would just be this massive herd of players going from one fate all the way to the next. Just back and forth, killing everything in its wake. Many, many memes were made of those moments. And that moment became known to the player base as Raubon's Wall. Also known as Raubon Savage. Some people called it Raubon EX. It was a wild time. Some people were lucky enough to be able to get through and were able to progress the story to the point where they actually did have flying. So what people started doing is they actually set up on a bridge, the big bridge in the middle of the zone with the Imperial Tower and stuff in it. People actually set up in a line on that bridge and they had two-seater mounts, and they would ferry people to the other side of the of the bridge, because there was a big gate there, so you couldn't just walk across. But they would ferry people to the other side so that they could get the aetherite, and so they could collect some of the ether currents. They couldn't do any of the quests or anything like that because it wasn't unlocked until you progressed in the story enough. But they could at least get the aetherite, they could at least get the map ether currents and everything, and they could at least explore the area. And they could also do the higher level fates, because that section of the map also had higher level fates on it. I'm sure a lot of people that were making content back then have videos of the event and some of the things that happened. But if you're interested in seeing that, the video I recommend watching, look up Drak, D-R-A-K. Nest also works, or should work, but YouTube, go to YouTube and search for Drak Stormblood launch, and you should see his video for the initial Stormblood stuff, and it should give you a pretty good idea of what it was like, what was going on with it. Now, me personally, I was lucky enough to get through pretty early. Like, not super early. The first day was mostly wasted for me. But I stayed up super late that first day because I was just in the zone grinding fates and doing some other stuff. Side quests, did all of the side quests in the area. That was another thing a lot of people did. But I stayed up until like 2 in the morning doing stuff, didn't even realize it was that late. Noticed that the line in front of Rauban had diminished a little bit. So I figured I'd go ahead and try my hand at trying to get through. And at like 2 in the morning, I was able to get through because there were few enough people trying to get in that there was just enough space for me to squeak through. Yeah, it was a fun time. I guess the other people that were doing fates either instance hopped or they just called it a night. They might have called it an early night because, or they might have called it a night because of the maintenance. Now that that tangent has been explained, I'm circling back around to the original point. I'm surprised people didn't just start spamming fates when they couldn't get fast queues for dungeons. But then again, it kind of makes sense because, you know, those people might not have been around during the server apocalypse that was Stormblood launch. That was also the days before bicolor gemstones were introduced. So it was literally just XP that people were grinding for. You didn't have gemstones to buy other stuff. Gemstones didn't get introduced until Shadowbringers, which is something that really annoys me to this day. And if I ever get a chance to ask Yoshi P questions, one of the questions at the top of my list is gonna be, why do you not go back to previous expansions and update systems to match newer expansions? You know, why can't the fates in ARR, Heaven's Ward, and Stormblood have bicolor gemstones? You know, why can't we do that? I remember people used to say that the reason for that was because they didn't want people playing Blue Mage to go in and nuke the Fates and have a massive gemstone farm. Which made sense, sure. Except now Blue Mage goes up to level 80, which means it has access to Shadowbringers, which means it can nuke the Shadowbringers' fates to get gemstones. So the argument kind of goes out the window when you consider that. I don't know. I don't expect he would have an actual answer for me. Just like I wouldn't expect him to have an actual answer for any of the other questions that I would ask him. I'm actually gonna fly down and hit up that bonus fate before doing this second one. Because there will be a second fate that spawns here, but I want to get this bonus one. What's my gemstone count at? 727? Cool. At this rate, if I get a couple extra bonuses, or if I just get some really good fate spawns, I should have my 1,000 gemstones in 35, 45 minutes-ish? Something like that. Well before the server goes down for maintenance. Which is the main thing that I'm concerned about. Hey, someone's back here doing fates again. New person. They are a ninja. That one's got another 2 minutes before it taps out. That one just spawned. I wonder if some of the people stopped doing fates in this area because they got pissed off at me for not finishing these. 'Cause I've gotten a couple of people I've run into have gotten really upset over that. Okay, that one finally timed out. Yeah, fun fact about those fates, those turn-in fates. It is actually slightly more efficient, especially at higher difficulties, to let those time out. Which is why I never finish them. I go in, I turn in 6 items, and then I leave. That's it. Because the thing about fates, the more people in a zone and the more fates you finish, the higher the fate difficulty becomes. And eventually you'll have to turn in more and more items at these fates. However, I'm not sure why it's programmed this way, but for these fates specifically, you only ever need to turn in 6 items to get full credit. Doesn't matter how many items are needed to finish the fate, if you turn in 6, you will get full credit. And as an added little bonus, pull this thing away so I can just pick this one up. Because that gives me 5. This will be 6. Oh, don't come over here, don't come over here, don't come over here. Okay, good. Yeah, you only ever need to turn in 6. Doesn't matter how many the Fate needs to finish. It's only 6. And if you turn in 6 and the Fate times out, if it fails, you still get 14 gemstones. Clearing the Fate gets you 16. So what I've started doing is every time one of those Fates pops up, I go in, I turn in 6 items, and then I leave it. I let it sit. Doing that fails the Fate. And this is good because failing the Fate actually scales the Fate difficulty back slightly. So you lose out on 2 gemstones, but you stop the Fate difficulty from increasing too much by doing that. Very handy if you are solo grinding Fates. Because while I could totally survive whatever any Fate throws at me, because warrior, I wouldn't necessarily be able to clear Fates fast enough, because I would need to kill too many mobs and they would have way more HP. I only need to kill this one. Ooh, bonus Fate spawn. Ah, you bastard! This one spawned right as I finished getting on my mount, and it canceled it. Sadly, that tactic for only turning in 6 was not very popular among some of the people I've run into while doing these. What was really, one guy in particular was really funny. His reaction to what I said about him, because I do tell people, like, hey, this is the reason why I'm doing this. It's just better, it's just more efficient overall to do it this way. One guy, after I explained that, his response was, well, I'm not going to finish it for you. And at that point, I was just like, what? Dude, did you not read what I said? I don't want you to finish it. I don't need you to finish it. Let it time out. I don't care. I win either way. I'll go back up to this one, I guess. Neither of those other ones are bonus, and they don't have a second part to them, so they're not really that important. What am I at now? 853, almost at 1,000. Inching closer. Something like 10 more fates? Ish? Maybe 9? Okay, that should be it. Yep, that's it. That one despawns, so off to this one. Another important thing to remember about fates. Your level of completion in the fate, whether you get bronze, silver, or gold, or whatever, it's actually not at all dependent on how much damage you... Well, technically how much damage you do, but I'll get to that. It's not at all dependent on whether or not you actually killed anything in the fate. It is actually based on the amount of aggro generated in a fate. Which is why I can show up to a fate that's like 10% away from completion and still get gold. Because I'm a tank with tank stance on. I generate a buttload of aggro. Okay, this should be the last one that we need to do. Okay. Spawned over here. This guy teleports. Okay, should only need 2 more. Almost there. Get my 1,000. And just in time before the servers drop. Got an hour and 9 minutes for that, apparently. The servers will be dropping at 10 PST. Oh. It's weird, I would have expected that red mage to be here already since he teleports. Unless he went to the one that I was abandoning earlier. He might have gone to the turn-in fate. Maiden! Kill the maiden. Kill. Although, once again, only seeing forlorn maidens, not seeing any forlorn. Should only be 3 more. Yeah, that should be all. Yep, that's it. Perfect. And they finished License to Dill right after I got Twist of Fate, so I got the Twist of Fate bonus from on that. Nice. Oh, and there's a bonus fate right here too. Nice, nice, nice. And this is a 2-parter, so these will probably be the last fates I have to do. Just the 2-parter right here. Let me drag these things a little close together. There we go. I hate the fates that have these mobs in them because some of them are melee and some of them are ranged. So it can be a bit of a pain in the ass to actually get them grouped up properly. Especially since some of them also just stop to cast for a bit. Are there any other fates up actually? Yeah, this one came up, but not really that important. One of these days, I'll actually remember that, or I'll actually be able to stop my muscle memory from using Decimate instead of Fell Cleave when there are 3 targets. Yeah, that should be the last one. Yep. I will be 10 gemstones short, so I will need to do one more fate after this. Maiden! Kill Maiden. I really like how Primal Ruination just gives this really big fuck you in particular vibe to me whenever it lands. Easily one of the most satisfying abilities in the game. That's it. So yeah, one more fate. Yeah, one more fate. But because I got the Forlorn, I am 6 gemstones short instead of 10. Because the Forlorn Maiden gives you an extra 4 gemstones when completing the fate that you kill it in, and when completing the fate, the next fate that you do. Which is way weaker than what the Forlorn gives you. The Forlorn just quadruples your rewards, straight up. Which is why I would really like to see more Forlorns when doing these fates game. God, I've done over 6,000, or done over like 7,000 of these things at this point. You would think I would have seen more than a single Forlorn in all that time. I know they're supposed to be rare, but damn. Yes, I know. It's time for maintenance. It's gonna be starting soon. You don't have to remind me again, Final Fantasy. I am very much aware of maintenance. I am killing these robots as quickly as I can. If you would like for me to kill them quicker, then buff Warrior. Okay. Oh, sorry, it adds 8 to the next one that you finished. When you finish. It increases rewards by 50%. God, my inventory is a mess because of all the crafting I've been doing. Okay. Now we get to go to Solution 9. Pick up the 10 vouchers. And then I gotta go to Ul'dah and actually clean up my inventory slightly. I'll probably go ahead and dump my materials as well, because I won't be needing them for a little bit. Okay. Gemstone Trader. You have vouchers for me. Gimme. And then shove those in my saddlebag. That can go in the saddlebag, that can go in the saddlebag, that can go in the saddlebag. Anything else that can go in the saddlebag? No, nothing else. You can get all of this junk. I will sort it out later. And then let's go to the gold saucer to turn in that triple triad card. Not that. That. Sell the Alexander Prime card. And then we go to Ul'dah. Oh, I have maxed out seals. Just buy a bunch of those so I can repair my gear. Ah, that's much better. See, this is what a proper inventory, a properly managed inventory looks like. I've got Aetheryte tickets for free teleports. Got my potions. I got my manual for increasing my food buff. I've got food for food buff. And I've got my dark matter for repairs, my Gishel greens for my chocobo. And the sustaining potion is the only thing in there that I could get rid of. Dump in my retainer, since I only need that for when I'm doing Palace of the Dead. Which I do actually need to go into again at some point, so I can try and finish my solo run. But that is going to be all for tonight. Tomorrow we'll be doing weekly reset things, so Juno, Unreal, more roulettes, all that good happy fun stuff. I'll be diving into some of the new content that's being released, which is going to be the custom delivery NPC. And tomorrow will also be Ultimate Raid. I'll be streaming Ultimate Prog with my static. Just a heads up, typically I end my stream around after 4 to 5 hours. My Savage Raid starts now. This is the time my Savage Raid would start, so we go pretty late, for me at least. Because most of the people in the static are West Coast time zone, so we're going off of that schedule. For them, it's not that late at all. For me, it gets kind of late because we go from 11 to 2 in the morning. But it's manageable, not a big deal. So that'll be tomorrow, but that is going to be all for today. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. And hopefully see you back tomorrow. Later.